Hi, good morning everyone. Welcome to our Law Open Day for 2020. Thank you very much for having taken the time to be here. We have a lot of other people who are interested, but they are joining us online. So hello to the audience who are online as well. We are here today to talk a bit about what we do in the law team in the first session of the day. And we have the members of the law team who are here. So I have Vandana Bisu, who is the LLM program coordinator. I myself am the area head for law. We have Arvind Lachman, who is the program coordinator for our LLB. We have Professor Scudder, who is here, who is in part of our law team. We have Dr. Adila, also here, who teaches on our LLB International Relations. So I'm just going to briefly tell you the different programs that we have, and then the program coordinators will give you their insight on how it works, a bit more details about the modules, etc. In our law department, we have a very good and strong team, I would say, who are always here to support our students. We have for LLB, we have the normal LLB program, and we also have our LLB International Relations. Arvind will tell you a bit more about these two programs shortly. And we also have, which we have been running for a number of years, is our LLM International Business Law. And Vandana will tell you a bit more about this program. This year we are also introducing two new LLM programs, which is the General LLM, and we have the LLM in Commercial Law, which is starting in October 2020 for the first time. So we've had a lot of interest for these two new programs as well. And if I may introduce Marcel. Marcel is also a member of our law team, and also and also we have Dr. Marie here, who is our campus director, who will be able to share a few words with you as well. So if I may leave the floor to Mary now, she will introduce the campus to you. And again, thank you very much for everyone for having made the time to be here. We have a counseling session, so if any questions that you have about any programs, how it works, etc., we have the whole law team who are here to answer your questions. We have different activities kind of planned out during throughout the day, but we have a specific slot during lunchtime from 12 to 1 where we'll be specifically giving counseling. So that's the general program for the day. So if I may ask Dr. Marie to come and say a few words.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Middlesex University Mauritius. So our university has been around for the past 140 years in some form or the other, but the current format is a post-92 format when different colleges merged. So we are considered to be a modern university. So as a modern university, we are ranked first in the UK between other modern universities. You know, we like the term modern university because we are very progressive, we are very hands-on, and our approach is different. And especially for the law students. And I want to tell you a bit about this, and you will hear from employers that will confirm what I am telling you today, and you'll meet the law team as well. But you know what, we expect students to talk back. We expect students to speak out. We expect students to participate in moot competitions. So we really produce very well-rounded graduates that go into the workplace and that can start contributing. And so please do stay for the employer session as well. Then, you know, our campus has been here for the past 10 years. So maybe just to say to you, being in Mauritius means that our qualifications are double accredited. Firstly, of course, it's accredited in the UK. Then we are validated locally to see whether we can offer it. And then we are accredited by the Higher Education Commission to offer it in Mauritius as well. Our students follow the exact same program and curriculum as those in the UK, those in Dubai and those in Malta. Write the same test on the same date at the same time. The qualification that you will be graduating with is exactly the UK qualification because you are studying at a UK university. But we are a fully autonomous campus here, meaning that we offer you all the services. So you will hear from employability. We have a fantastic employability office that actually equip students during their time with us with all the graduate skills that's required to become employed. You will also hear again from employers to see how employers see our students and the internship opportunities for our students. We have a learning enhancement team. The learning enhancement team is absolutely fantastic because if we see a student battle with something, be it writing, be it language, whatever, the learning enhancement team comes in and work with the students. But then, we have a fantastic group of academics. They are qualified across the world. And for me, that's really fantastic. They a mixture between barristers and academics. So you have the practical experience, but you also have the very strong research stance. They really care for the students. And you know what, I don't have to tell you that they care, other than to share with you that today was their idea. And they said to me, let's do it on a Saturday because this is when it will suit most of our students. We do put students first. And today is just an example of how we put students first. The other thing that I want to say to you, it is absolutely amazing to be part of a leading university. During the exams that we have just completed, 94% of our students wrote the exams online, and they achieved exceptionally well. As I'm speaking, you are seeing the slides, but I'm also broadcasting over YouTube. You guys are on a screen here. I'm looking at all these screens. It's actually quite confusing. But we've got amazing technology. So regardless of what happens, we are prepared. We have a fantastic campus with fantastic societies. We even have a law society, and I'm sure you'll hear more of that. You'll see recordings of music videos happening on campus later today. So we have a really fantastic campus. But if we do go into a lockdown, no worries. You'll still have your classes when it was scheduled on the timetable. You'll have it face-to-face. You can choose between live or on-demand sessions. You have access to fantastic technology where you can find your resources online in electronic format. You have access to a fantastic team. And don't believe me, go and Google Middlesex Law graduates and see the difference they make. You'll hear from the employers again today. See what difference they make. This is a qualifying law degree, so you can write the bar exams, etc., etc., and the team will tell you more about that. But if you look at the impact of our graduate, you will see that this is probably the best place. Even if you don't choose to study with us, I hope that today will give you an opportunity to learn a bit because it's really an exciting program. So I really want to encourage you to stay here for the rest of the program. I want to encourage you to engage with my colleagues on a one-by-one basis. I want to encourage you to speak to the program counseling team. I want to encourage you to walk around on our campus. The thing that I can't offer you today is the fantastic energy that's normally here during term time. Because it is amazing to see students. Maybe just on that, before I close up, we have around 1,200 students on campus, which is really good. I would say around 50% of those students are local students from Mauritius and 50% from elsewhere in the world. When I say elsewhere in the world, you are welcome to go and have a look in our student house, which is just sort of across the lawn here. Students are from 40 different countries. It includes Brazil, Japan, Saudi Arabia, Europe, China, India, and a lot of students from Africa as well. So for me, that is another very important skill that our graduates have. They have that cultural sensitivity, but also an amazing network. They have an amazing network to go anywhere in the world, work with any nationality, work within any culture, because they will learn this during their time with us. Okay, so I know the team is looking at me because once I get started on how amazing this campus is, I never stop. But if you want to hear more, track me down during the day. I will be around and come and chat to me. I think you are in fantastic hands today. I think you've got a very exciting program coming up. I hope to see you all here in September. We are looking forward to a much better year in 2021 than the one we have just completed. But I must say, the one we've just completed was actually fantastic.
Everything went fine.
And when I look at the programs, LLB with Arvin Vandana, LLM, Priya as the area head of the law team, your students did exceptionally well, didn't they?
They did.
And if maybe just before I stop, our students do better than those at other campuses.
Just saying.
No, not just saying, I'm bragging because it's true, right?
Employees are going to speak about that later on. They're going to
Yes, you see,
testify.
that's my cue to stop speaking. Welcome on campus, enjoy the day, make the most of it. As I say, you've got lots of options on the island. This is the best option. So we do hope that you will join us and you won't make a mistake. And then over to my fantastic law team.
Thank you very much, Mary. So I have the pleasure now to invite Dr. Amos Shyam, who is our academic director, who will talk about in these circumstances. I'm sure a lot of people are asking questions. What will happen if we go into a second lockdown, for example, how this is going to affect the students, whether we'll be able to kind of continue delivering what we do. So I'll leave the floor to Dr. Shyam, who will elaborate on this.
Thank you. So as you know, we're in some times of uncertainty. We're in the midst of a pandemic crisis, but we are able to reach our students no matter where they are. So talking to you on campus and talking to those over YouTube on the internet, this is how we endeavour to reach all our students. So if you cannot come to campus, we'll be able to live stream to you no matter where you are and also interact with you. So we'll be taking a blended and hybrid approach. So what this means is we mix face-to-face, in-person teaching, much like this format, and we also blend in online elements to also engage students who are not able to come to campus. Because as you know, we are an international campus and we have many international students. So if you come to study to Middlesex University, it's a guarantee that your learning will continue uninterrupted no matter where you are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now if I will ask Mr. Letchman, who is our LLB program coordinator, who will explain a bit more about the two pathways that we have, what modules that you do, and whether it is the correct time to move to it, etc.
Thank you, Priya. Hello, everyone. For me, the first question I get when someone wants to study the LLB, the question I get from student is whether it is a qualifying law degree and whether it is the same certificate as you get in UK. For me, most of you have this question because you've heard that there are other campuses which give you a local recognition of a certificate. But first question answered from your end is you get the same qualification if you are studying in Mauritius or if you are studying in our Hendon campus or Dubai or Malta. It is the same one qualification. The LLB from Middlesex University doesn't specify which campus have you studied. You have an option to study year 1 here and then move to year 2 to a different campus and then move back here or move to a third campus, whichever is your priority. If you want an international exposure, if you want more kind of a broad spectrum of learning and to get familiarized to different contexts. Let me now speak. Marie's spoken about recognition. We are recognized by the authorities in the UK. We are recognized by the authorities in Mauritius, which is it's a pre-requirement before we offer any degree. But let me speak very specific to law requirements from the Solicitors Regulation Authority. I am pretty sure many of you do not know what is it about. If you want to qualify as a solicitor in the UK, you have to have a qualifying law degree. What is a qualifying law degree? Is a degree that contains the 12 core modules. So we, LLB or LLB IR pathway, we have the 12 qualifying law module, which means whichever LLB you're studying, you meet the requirements of the Solicitors Regulation Authority, and you meet the requirement of the Bar Standard Board. So if you want to study for a solicitor and you want to be qualified as a solicitor and stay in the UK, or if you come from a different country where they accept the SRA qualification, you study the LLB and you do your solicitor's exam. Or if you want to study for the bar and practice as a barrister in Mauritius, you study the same LLB and then you go for the bar qualification. So both of our LLB are recognized and approved by these authorities. How many modules do we teach now? Let me come to the LLB. Year 1, if you are studying LLB IR or LLB, it is the same module. It is the same module. You have 4 modules year 1. They are the 4 core module, the base module I would call them, which is practically similar in every university. Contract law, English legal system, legal method, and you would study public law. These are the base module. I would not worry you too much about the base module for the moment, because it's very new. It sounds, you would probably think, what is public law? What is it that we're going to study? Don't worry too much about the modules. Leave that on to us. Leave that on to us. We would impart our knowledge through to you, and we would share what we know, and we would share your knowledge as well, because I am sure many of you have some knowledge. Either parents are in the law, already practicing lawyers, or they have had, why are they studying law? Because they have been accustomed to some facts or some kind of situation that push them into studying the law. Because I believe none of you have studied law at A level. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, no one studied law. So it's more of you're accustomed, what have you come across that you wish to study the law. Now I come, why Middlesex? Why would you choose Middlesex? I'm not going to speak about COVID. I'm not going to speak about how safe you are being in your home country, but you do know, those of you who have brothers and sisters know how difficult have it been for Mauritian students to get back to Mauritius. So this is one thing. If there's a second lockdown, you do not have to worry. You are at home. Second thing, I would why Middlesex, Mauritius? Why Middlesex? Statistics. All of you have access to Google. See our competitors in Mauritius, what are they offering? See the ranking. I'm not going to speak about ranking. I'm not going to speak about all this. I would leave it unto you to go and find out what are our rankings, what are our achievements. We have, on an average, 60 students graduating from the LLB in Middlesex every year, Middlesex, Mauritius. And I started counting how many of our alumni are practicing barristers, but I lost whole of the counting last year. There are too many. It was last year we had around 12 for one session, and I said, okay, so I stopped counting from there. Sometimes I see students in court and they tell me, I was your student 5 years ago, and I was, okay, I forgot. They changed so much, and now they're not students anymore, but they are practitioners, and they've developed a different personality from what I have known over the last years when they were with us. So for me, the LLB, 4 modules every year, 4 core modules year 1, year 2 you have 3 core module, 1 option module. Year 2. Year 3 you have 2 optional module and 2 core module. This is our LLB. Our optional module range from a spectrum of modules, commercial, human rights, as well as business module. We invite you to explore the area you want to explore. Your decision. We are here to support you. I'm being informed that time is running out, so I will be around if you want to have a chat about the modules. If you want to have a chat about anything, please come and speak to me during the day. Thank you, Priya.
I must add what Arvin has mentioned. It is an absolute pleasure to see our alumni in court. So sometimes we have practicing barristers in the law team. There's myself, there's Arvin, there's Andrew, who's also a practicing barrister. We have Melanie Nagan, and Nityesh also is a practicing barrister. So we are able to give you that practical aspect. our experience of how the courts work, etc. But again, I wanted to say this, that it is a great pleasure. Even last time I went to court and one of my students phoned and said, oh, it's about this case, and I was thinking maybe asking for an advice, but no, the person is my opponent in the case. But such a great pleasure. So I will now invite Vandana Bisu, who will talk to you about our LLM programs.
Yeah, before I start, I would like to know how many among you are here to register for the LLM program. Okay, that's a good number already. Right, so I'm here going to introduce to you the new pathways. For example, we have now commercial law and a new general LLM program. Now, I would first of all introduce, is it from here? Yeah. So let me speak a bit about how do we operate here. We have a program leader in Hendon, which is based at the Middlesex University, UK. And so that's Dr. Kale Doyle, and I'm the program coordinator here at the Middlesex University. So what's the difference between the program leader? Literally what happens is that all the modules, all the assessments are being prepared at Hendon, Middlesex University. What we do here is we deliver the lectures. Obviously we have flexibility to contextualize the contents of the lectures. And then the assessments are marked by us first, that is our team, and then it is moderated in Hendon, which means every single component of the module is actually overseen by the team in Middlesex University, UK, and then Mauritius as well. So let me speak a bit about what are the program specifications for the first pathway, which is International Business Law. Right, so as you can see, we have compulsory modules. So we have 2 semesters usually. The first semester starts in October until the first week of January. And in that first semester, you usually have for the international business law, which is a specialization in international business. And that's usually for students who want to, for example, they can join legal consultancies. They could also opt for professional qualifications like the ACCA or the ICSA. You could also apply for exemptions. So let me speak a bit about what is the first term about. So we have the legal research skills, which is a compulsory module. What is the legal research skills? Later on, our team is obviously they are going to elaborate further about the content of the legal research skills. We cater for not only legal graduates, but we also cater for non-law graduates, which means for those students who've not, that is, they don't know how to conduct legal research, we are here. You do not need to worry about how to conduct proper legal research. We are here, we're going to support you, and we are going to, that is, introduce to you how to do proper legal research. This is about the first module. And then we have international sale of goods, which is again compulsory for international business law. So in the first semester, you have 2 compulsory modules, and then you have 1 optional module that you need to choose. I'll introduce the list of optional modules a bit later. And the second term, we have international commercial litigation and arbitration, and then we have World Trade Organization. Unfortunately, or fortunately for those who like exams, in the LLM program, we have only 1 paper which is assessed by a conventional way of examination. Okay, but don't worry about it. If ever we're going to go for a second lockdown, we cater for online examination. Okay, so that's not really a major concern. And then we have the most important aspect of the LLM program, which is the dissertation. The dissertation is the vital part of the LLM program because it carries 60 credits, which means if ever you feel that you've not performed really well for the other modules during the term, it could be that because of specific circumstances, you've not done really well for a specific module, you can always catch up with the dissertation module. And we have, the best news is we have a list of, that is, flexible areas. We do not force you to really, let's say for example, some students prefer, they will come to me and say, okay, I want to do my dissertation in money laundering because of the financial disasters that's currently happening. But then, is it really relevant to international business law? That's not a major concern, because we are here to support you and we actually guide you how to make your area of interest into a research of 18,000 words. I'm not here to scare you. We are definitely going to support you with your research. Myself and our list of academics here, they are all engaged in research. So we are here to ensure that your dissertation is published. Now, the optional modules, as you can see, so throughout the year, you have to choose only 2 optional modules. So that's the list. Usually in term 1, you could go for Foundations of Principles of International Law, or you could also opt for English Commercial Law. I'm not here to scare you about those very major technical terms. What you can do is, as I've said initially, our program is very flexible. So we allow you 3 weeks for decision making, which means when you start in October, you can actually attend the classes, and then that is all the classes, all the modules, all the optional modules will be running normally. And then after the 3 weeks, you should be taking that, you should have already decided which module you're really interested, okay? And then you have to finalize it. We're not forcing any specific module on you. It's you who decide at the end of the day. So that's a bit about, to wrap up the international business law, you will have to study 6 modules, which is 180 credits. Now, we also cater for full-time and part-time students. In case some students work, don't worry about this. All our classes start as from 5:30 and we end at 7:30. So it's not really a problem, and we also cater for students who want to study on a part-time basis. Part-time basis and full-time basis both start at 5:30 and 7:30. It's just that full-time students they can complete their program within a period of 1 year, whereas part-time students can complete the program within a period of 2 years or more. We have flexibility. Now, the biggest news here is that we have just introduced the commercial law. What is the commercial law? Any idea what is a specialization in commercial law for those, especially our alumni who's present here? Any idea why is it that we are so focusing on commercial law? Everyone wants to work in the corporate sector, isn't it? I know, Marcel, you won't really agree. But unfortunately, we are here to cater for money making. So commercial law is going to lead them towards this. So for those students, because this is what we've been requested all the time by students, why is it that we don't have a specialization in the corporate law? And here it is. Okay, so we have now been able to introduce a new pathway, and this pathway is going to be very, very helpful to those students who want to work at a later stage in the compliance division. Most of our alumni that have graduated, they either join the banks or management companies as compliance officers. So this is really going to help you, especially with the module Comparative Corporate Governance. This is really going to be very informative in the sense that they cater you with all the relevant knowledge, and it's going to assist you in your career. Now, the best part is yet to come. We have now introduced something new. In the LLM program now, we have students who are able, I'm not sure whether you've heard about arbitration. Anyone knows what is arbitration here? Sorry, I had to talk about arbitration. Anyone who knows what is arbitration? Arbitration as compared to litigation is something new, and it is growing enormously in Mauritius, because Mauritius is becoming an arbitration hub. So what is it? It's like a private way of resolving your dispute. Rather than going to court, people prefer to go to arbitration because it is confidential and it is the best way to resolve the dispute. Obviously, the lawyers are not going to agree with me, but let me tell you, it is really going to boost your career, because all management companies opt for arbitration to resolve their disputes. So if you want to be employable, please opt for arbitration. Right. Now, what is it that we're giving to our students? We have now been able to contact the leading arbitral institutions. One of the most important arbitral institution in Mauritius is Permanent Court of Arbitrators. Our students will be able to go at the Permanent Court of Arbitrators, go at their tribunals and actually engage with the arbitrators over there, get the practical experience of how to conduct arbitration, and even use their tribunal. All their facilities are going to be made available to our students. So this is something excellent. And we're the only institution in Mauritius who will be able to do this. So you will have to register. Right, so that's a bit about, I'm not going to really explain to you all those details. It's just about the pathway and the structure of the program. Again, we have in the first semester for the commercial law, we have 3 compulsory modules. These are the legal research skills, law of international sale of goods, and then you have English commercial law, which is compulsory here. And in the second semester, you'll have international, the arbitration module. Just remember this. Arbitration module is compulsory for all the pathways, okay, and the dissertation. And the general LLM, we have legal research skills first semester and dissertation. Now, what is the general LLM program? The general LLM program are for those students who want to get legal research skills, and those students who are contemplating to do their bar afterwards, but they do not really feel comfortable after completing their LLB. They want to gain further qualifications. Then the general LLM is tailor-made for those students, that is prospective barristers, if you can say. I'm not saying that you're going to get any specific exemptions for the bar examination, but it's just going to prepare you. Why? Because all our assessments help students to gain communication skills. We have oral assessments throughout the year, which means students have to come in front of the class and give a presentation. So this is really going to equip you with all the relevant experience, knowledge, and it just eliminates all sorts of inhibitions in terms of public speaking. And trust me, this is really going to be fruitful to those students. Okay? Any questions? And don't forget that we're later going to have a talk on arbitration, and I'm going to explain to you how it works. Trust me, it's going to be an enriching experience. So I'll now pass on the floor to Professor Scudder, who's going to speak about the international law, how is it delivered. Thank you, Professor Scudder.
Thank you, Vandana. As you can see, our lecturers are very motivated and they can talk for hours and hours, for example, Vandana, about arbitration. I have now the pleasure to invite Professor Andrew Scudder, who will give you his perspective as an international practitioner. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Priya. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see so many people here. As many people have said so far, you keep hearing the word international come up, international business law, public international law. We're very much focused on the internationalization of education here. So yes, we're a Mauritius branch campus, but we're very linked with our campuses in Dubai and in London, and we co-deliver material and lectures between us. So there's a great integration going worldwide. That applies to our students, and Marie already mentioned that we have students from over 40 countries around the world, which brings a beautiful atmosphere to the campus, a lot of cross-cultural exchange, especially through the student societies. It's a great opportunity for people to learn about different cultures and languages. But also from the staff side of point of view, we have quite an international staff on the law team as well. Marcel is from the Netherlands, we have Stephen from Canada, I'm from the UK myself. And we're all qualified in those separate jurisdictions. So we bring the experience of different teaching methodologies from around the world to benefit our students here in the Mauritius campus. So it's a great melting pot, it's a great mix of cultures and societies and backgrounds. And so very often we find when, particularly with our Mauritian students, they come in from having been through the Mauritian schooling system. And they find it a bit of a shock when suddenly they're confronted with like this sort of American Socratic method of having to be challenged in class, have done their reading before they come. And we very much sort of tease out from you and explore with you the law and how it's supposed to develop rather than just standing up here for 2 hours boring you by telling you this is law A, this is law B, this is law C. That's not how we teach here. We like to get you thinking, we like to prepare you for when you leave at the other end, that you are employable, you have these skills, you know where to find the law, how to use it, how to research it, how to apply it, rather than just memorizing what the laws are. So this international aspect is one of the beautiful things and one of the things that attracted me to come to Middlesex here in Mauritius. To give you some sort of background on what you can do afterwards once you have an international degree. Again, as Marie said, you get exactly the same degree here as you would if you were studying in London. So it's a fully qualifying UK internationally recognised degree. Just to give you an example, with my UK degree, I've worked in Holland, in Istanbul, in Rome, and in universities, and I'm also a practicing advocate. So I've worked in London, Washington DC, and now I have a partnership in Hong Kong. So very international perspective that we can give you that the benefit of our experience. Are there any questions? Good. I made up for her over speaking.
Okay, so I would now invite Marcel. Marcel will give you his perspective of what prospects you have after you graduate with a law degree, which is, apart from being a lawyer, there are so many other things that you can do. Thank you, Marcel.
Hi everyone, thank you all for coming. It's been so long since I've been in front of a room full of people. It makes me realize how much I missed it. So you've had people sitting here telling you that everybody wants to either be in commerce or wants to be a lawyer. I'm here to tell you that that's not true at all. Because, so that going back to what Andrew was saying earlier about all the skills that we teach you, right? My point of view of law is not I teach you what all these laws are and then you go and you repeat that to others, right? We teach you skills where we give you a problem and then you know where to go and find the right laws and you learn how to apply them so that when you go out of university you can use those skills with any law in any situation. So, and these are actually skills that, of course, as lawyers we need, or people who work in the commercial legal field, but these are skills that are very useful in a lot of other different fields, right? You learn very strong problem-solving skills. I think Vandana was also talking about oral skills, like presentation skills, public speaking, things like that. You know, we do debates, we do mock court sessions here. But even just your exams, right? It's problem solving. It's not so much about the law. So it's about the skills. And these skills are very useful no matter what profession you go into. This is why you see a lot of business people with law degrees. You see so many politicians with law degrees. The NGO world, the human rights world, is full of people with law degrees. So this is my specialty as well. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a practicing lawyer. Never wanted to be one. You know, I have a soul. Sorry.
Moving on.
They know I kid out of love. But yeah, my specialty is international law and human rights, and I focus mainly on research. So I aid non-governmental organizations who want to look into human rights situations or the status of corruption or transparency in certain countries, and I research that and I publish my findings on that, which is a completely different area than like a standard law area. But again, I'm using these same skills of, you know, knowing where to find certain information and transforming that into like a comprehensive report or a piece of work that I can then hand over that then can be used in the real world. So this is where sort of the academic thing comes in, right? As academics, we have to do research, not only to keep ourselves informed on the law, but also to show that we think about what the law is. Where does it come from? Why does this law say that? Whose idea was that? And who's getting the most money out of it? That's basically what I look at. she's saying you want to get the money. Me, I'm looking at where it goes. So yeah, that's basically my way of saying there's so many skills that we teach you in law school, in your law degree, that are helpful for you to go in a vast number of different areas where you can be very successful. So even if you think law sounds interesting, but I don't want to be a lawyer, or maybe I do, maybe I don't, my point of view would be do it anyway, because after that you can go anywhere you want with your law degree, even if you decide you don't want to be a lawyer. So yeah, are there any questions on that? No? There's a question and answer session later anyway, if you have more questions later. But if there's nothing more from me, then thank you very much for your attention.
Right, so last but not the least, I will invite Dr. Adila to talk to you briefly about our LLB international relations and to touch up a bit on the research that she's recently done. Thank you, Adila.
Thank you, Priya. It gets some getting used to sitting down and not standing and walking around. Normally when I'm delivering a lecture, I will be maximizing the space and I will be walking around with all my hand gestures. So this is something that I need to get used to. Thank you, Priya, for the introduction. I teach in the LLB program, but I do not have a law expertise as my colleagues have. They are the expert at it. I'm more into the international relations pathway. I teach in the LLB IR, to be more precise, and Arvind mentioned the core modules, the so-called base modules earlier. In the LLB international relations pathway, as from year 2, you get to study such modules as theories of international relations. And in your year 3, I'm talking about undergraduate level, obviously, you get to study such modules as global geopolitics, humanitarianism and change, and also public international law taught by Marcel here. So a very diverse range of modules that we offer, and to echo some of the ideas mentioned by my colleague, by Marie, Andrew, and others, we encourage critical skills development. Don't take what we teach you for granted. Do come with an idea, with a mind of challenging us in class. So that's the thing. We are not just teaching you an idea, a concept for you to just accept it, but on the contrary, to come here and have a critical mind, to be more open to it. So especially the module Global Geopolitics, as my student is here, Salome. So sorry to put you in the spotlight. So she has just graduated brilliantly. So what the module teaches you is to question what you actually know about international relations, and to question what you know about geography and how it's linked with politics. So I won't lecture you. We can go on and on. You know, we are lecturers. We can go for hours and talk about our topics. But I teach in the undergraduate program. But also I've got the chance to do my PhD with Middlesex University. I've just finished it. I've defended my thesis about 2 weeks ago. And I've enjoyed it. I love research. I'm passionate about it. And my area of specialization is in international relations. So what my research has been on, it has been on the BRICS countries. Normally, when I tell that in class, I say, okay, what do you understand by the BRICS countries? So you would see the way we teach, our teaching strategies, it's not monotonous and one way. On the contrary, we invite an exchange, even during lectures, which we repeat or we enhance better during our seminars and workshops. So the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, 5 countries to do a PhD on. And what I've looked at basically, it's state behavior and intergovernmental practices, how they differ with the so-called Global North model, Western countries, European countries, and so on, and actually how at the end of the day they are just similar practices as has been done throughout time. So that's what my research is about, but also international relations. What we tend to narrow our mind on, it's just states, governments alone. In fact, it's more than that. There are a diversity, a range of actors which are involved in international relations and even in law as well. Commerce, we've mentioned private companies and so on. Marcel has already talked about NGOs. So exactly, how do we capture, for example, resistance movements, civil society, and all these movements that you're hearing about, how do we capture that as well in international relations? So more precisely in the BRICS context, we speak of the BRICS from below, solidarity groups and so on, how basically the dynamics play. And I'm very passionate about theory as well, and that's how what I've been looking on in my doctoral research, my PhD. So that's it. And yes, I've got the opportunity as well to do some primary research. I did my field research observation in India, 5 different countries. I wished I could have done field research in each of the 5 countries. However, China and Russia, for the context of my research, for the resistance movement that I was focusing on, yeah, that is a story for another day, but I wouldn't have been allowed in the country at all, maybe. But just to show you that it's possible from the Mauritius campus to be researching the dissertation that you get to do at the master's level for the LLM. So it's not that you are in Mauritius, you are only focusing on Mauritian jurisdiction, Mauritian law, which if you want you can do, but it's broader than that. And that's what we encourage you to do. And we encourage you to open your mind, and we are here to guide you. And that's also, we are here, you would have heard from all of us by now, and we have different approaches. We don't have similar way of teaching, also we don't agree as well on, it's actually a good thing. We disagree professionally and on our opinions as well, our views on subjects, and which is what we also encourage you to be able to develop that confidence in order to present an argument, be it in an essay, in an academic piece of work, or during an oral presentation, moot, and so on. So this is it. This is what we would like you to develop and enhance. And the exposure that you will get from our teaching team is very diverse. And we have students, we have enjoyed learning from them. And also we have our students meet in the LLB, the LLB program or the LLB IR pathway. We have done brilliantly. We have one particular student who is going to be starting her master's at Oxford, full scholarship. Really, we are very proud of her achievement. And she did it at the Mauritius campus, her 3 years here, and she has been able to pursue her studies. She's starting soon, actually. We are very proud of her achievements and all of our students' achievements. We take pride in guiding you and then in celebrating your success as well with you. I'm looking at you, especially at the back. If you choose our LLM program in 2 years, you and your little one, we look forward to the graduation and to celebrating with you both. So yeah, that's it from me. I could talk on for longer than this, but perhaps that could wait till September if you choose us.
Thank you, Adila. Right, as you have seen, and I'm sure you agree with me, we have a fantastic law team. So thank you, law team, again. And we encourage, as Adila mentioned, we encourage students to interact with us. We encourage students not to agree with us. And as Adila has also said, even in the law team, we have different kind of discussions at different levels. And talking about this, Melanie is insisting that she will want to respond to what Marcel has said. So I will allow her for 1 minute only, Melanie, to respond, yes. As you're really insisting on what Marcel has said.
Not really insisting. Hello everybody, I'm Melanie. I'm the last recruit on the law team, as you may see. What I wanted to point out is true, it's totally true what Marcel has said when it comes to a law degree being a pathway to opening doors to you. As a matter of fact, truly, yes, law is not only for barristers. I'm a practicing barrister. I'm a politician. I'm a lecturer. I'm a legal advisor for different companies. So basically, what I want to tell you is having a qualifying law degree opens doors for you for most things. Most companies today want to have someone with legal knowledge. So why not start with a law degree with us? That's it. So thank you, everybody.
So you're not against me, you agree with me. I feel a little more love now.
Okay, so thank you, Melanie. I will now open the floor for questions, and I will also invite everyone who is following us live on YouTube to send us your questions. We will be more than happy to answer. So if you have any questions at all, please shoot, and then amongst us, I'm sure we will be able to answer. Any questions? Don't be shy.
Good morning, I'm just a member because of the student. She's now trying to choose different options, but she really wants to do something in an undergraduate degree in law. And
20% is French law, and the other 20% is our Mauritian made law, which is really a mixture of English law and French law. And it would happen when we are in class from time to time, students would refer to local cases and say, where do we apply this in this context of what we are teaching? Of course, we would make reference, we would say, okay, this is how law is applied, this is how evidence is applied, this is what should have been done, this is where something has gone wrong in the judgment, this is what has not been right. We would make several references, but during your breaks time, when after your one, we encourage most of our students to go and do internship in legal firms, in a barrister's office. We would encourage them to go into companies and if they want to specialize in commercial law, find out what it is. If they want to do company law, go into a firm that offers company law and find out what you really want to do. I myself, I had two of my previous students working in my field as barristers. So we invite our students to explore the areas outside classroom borders. So we're not a law degree at Middlesex is not limited to classroom knowledge.
during the grad program or is it after?
During if you've decided to study the law, I don't see you having vacations. It is vacation time. It is time for you to do any internship. It is time for you to find out what you want to do next year. What are the modules that are that you would be interested in? So there's no kind of at this stage, as a parent, you would be worried about what module your child wants to do. But I would suggest after your one, leave that to her. Let her decide what she wants to do. She should lead her own career, and she would be all the knowledge to decide. And she would tell you, Mom, no, you don't do that much. I know what I'm doing. Trust me, this is.
It's already like that. It's already like that.
Yeah.
Mary would like to add something.
I want to say, first of all, there's no just mums here. I think mums are the heroes in this room, and dads are the heroes in the room, because you are going to sacrifice a lot to allow your kids to come to university. But then the second thing I want to say to mums and dads, and I'm a mum of a student, and I deal a lot with students, things have changed. In our time, when we went to university, we were taught. We sat and we memorized and we wrote. Things have changed. The world is changing so fast. So the focus these days should be on skills development, and I think that's what the team have been telling you as well. You know, how do we look for evidence? How do we find an answer to a problem? And how do we then present that answer in a convincing manner, either to get the money or to take the money or whatever it is that you want to do with the money? But at the end of the day, it's about money, isn't it? So, you know, for me, often I say to parents that when your kids come to university, the educational program is one part of it, but the technical knowledge will become outdated. That's the first thing that I want to say to you, because When you speak to Vandana about the sort of research topics people are working on, it's all new things. It's bitcoins, it's artificial intelligence, it's even cannabis.
Yeah.
So it's new. It's not something that was there 5 years or 10 years ago. So don't worry about academic content. We need to teach your child to learn and to get the skills to use what they are learning to make a difference. That's the first thing I want to say. The second thing I want to say is an undergraduate qualification is just an entrance ticket. That's really what it is. It's an entrance ticket to show that you have certain abilities, that you can study on a higher level, that you have conceptual qualities, etc., etc. But then you are going to engage in lifelong learning. And then the third thing that I want to say, and that I think is so important for me, if you have the means to send your child to a university, I think 50% of what your child will learn is networking and skills, how to work with different nationalities, how to communicate, how to present, how to argue, how to network, how to lead, and those are the things that you should be looking at. The course content, yes, it's amazing, it's great, it's UK, whatever, it's there. But that's not the only thing that you should be considering, because that will get outdated. And I tell you now, and if I take my law team in front of you and next to me, when Melanie studied, she never thought that she would become a politician. Myself studied law. I don't know why, because you've always been interested in human rights, and for you this was the means to get into human rights. So it's not, we shouldn't be worried about just content, because that you can learn. You can always do your master's degree, you can always specialize. This is just the basis. And I'm going to stop.
Thank you, Mary. Just to add on finally, we don't, to be able to practice as a barrister in Mauritius, you didn't need to have studied Mauritian law in your law degree. All of the barristers, I would say, who are here, we have not studied Mauritian law. But what we teach you here is, if you were to have a case that deals with anything in Mauritius law, how do you research? How do you do your submission? This is what we teach you. Because the law will change all the time. And this is the skills, as Marcel has also mentioned, we teach you the skills to be equipped when you practice afterwards. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. Yes.
I think one of you mentioned also that if you start an undergraduate program here, particularly early, say you've done the first year early, can you do the second year and the third year and complete it in
Yes. So law degree, it's done in Hendon. As Arvin had already mentioned, we do exactly the same program. So at any point in time, you can transfer, and this is a lot of our students do that to get an international experience, a different experience, a different exposure as well. So you have the option of transferring for law degrees to Hendon, or you can transfer to Dubai. So after each academic year, you have that option. But generally what we see, our students are so happy that they stay with us for the whole of the 3 years.
It's the weather.
Yes.
Are there any summer schools in the other campuses, like Hampton or Dubai? Let's say you study 3 years or 4 years in Mauritius, but you'd like to go still for summer, spend some time in
The academic year is running the same way as we do here. So we start in September, October, and we finish the exams are around in April. So it's exactly the same there. And during the teaching break, there's no teaching as such. We do a number of workshops. For example, we encourage students to go and do their mini pupillages to have an exposure to the legal field. But there's no summer school as such. But they are encouraged kind of to keep in touch in what they're doing. They can do research, they can start preparing for the next year as well, which we do encourage students. So as we don't have a specific summer schools as such, but we have some various activities that they can do during the teaching break. Yeah.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong, last year one of our law students went to do a mini pupillage in Switzerland, wasn't it?
Yes.
So it doesn't stop you from going elsewhere to do an internship in CELAC with some of our students. Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong, but you've also taken some of our students to with your practice and our problem.
So we also, if you don't have any question from the audience, we also have some questions which will come from our live YouTube. So I will just read out the first question. This is answering to Sinandra. I saw that the LLB degree is recognized by the UK and other things like that. I cannot really remember, but the same was not written for LLB International Relations. LLB and LLB International Relations have the same recognitions. So what you can do with an LLB in terms of practicing as a barrister is the same for LLB International Relations. Anything?
Is it from an international student?
Yes. Yes.
If it is from an international student, I would add this bit. Some countries have a requirement that you have to study evidence. For example, I think some African countries have this requirement. So if that person, remind me the name where? Remind me the name from where it comes.
So
sorry, you have to use the mic. They can't hear you.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Oh.
Yes.
So we don't know from which country. We're connected from all over the world. So Sindara Akinbi.
Right, Sindra, if you're listening to us, yes, for the LLB International Relation, it is recognized if you want to practice law in UK or in Mauritius. But if you come from a different country, in Africa, some countries require that you have to have evidence as module to study the bar. So check with your country, check with the authorities in your country whether they require any additional modules. But if they do require any additional module, I can assure you those modules are modules that we run here. Thank you.
Thank you, Arvind. So I have a second question. This is Aurélie. Aurélie is asking whether it is better to go for the LLM rather than LLB if the intention is to go to work in the corporate. So I'll allow Vandana to answer this question.
Yeah, so as I've said earlier, if you already, let's say for example, if you have a degree in other areas, let's say you have a BSc in accounting or finance or any other field, yes, we do accept you on the LLM program, which means the program is open to non-law graduates as well. Now, it all depends on whether, let's say for example, a graduate wants to work in the consultancy firms or compliance divisions or corporate sector itself. Yes, we accept you. So it does not really matter if you do not have a law degree or if, for example, what is the question exactly?
The question is if the person is interested in corporate law, whether they have to do the law degree.
No, if you're already a graduate, there is no
Then-
need for you to do the LLB again. You can be accepted directly into the LLM program, and the LLM commercial is definitely going to be a boost for that.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So what Vandana is saying for students who already have a degree, if you have experience in the legal field, we do accept for our master's program non-law graduates as well. So that's very important to point out. Any other questions? If you are a bit shy to ask questions, we will invite you to come and see us in person to ask any questions that you have. So if I would, therefore Rakesh is going to take you on a campus tour just after we finish here. And after the campus tour, we will, the whole law team, and we have marketing and admissions team who are here as well to give you one-to-one counseling. So any questions that you have, we will be in the library. Rakesh will direct you to them. Okay. Thank you very much again for your attendance, and
Thank you.
we look forward to speaking one-on-one to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So just a reminder, you would have the program in front of you. We have at 1 o'clock student support services. The student support services, we will explain to you our employability service that you have and what are the other services that we offer to our students. And an interesting talk at 13:45 is the success of our alumni and employers perspective. And in this one, we have invited employers and our alumni, and the employers will come and tell you why they employ our graduates. So that will be, and finally, we will have the last session, which is Vandana's session, and we have Dr. Sarah Hurani, who is connecting with us live from Hendon for an interaction and an insight on international commercial arbitration. So it will be a great talk. It will be great if you can stay and we can discuss and take this further. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We request you to move to batches for the campus too. I know few of you had the campus already, so you can move directly to the library for counseling. If you need any questions from our current students, Abbas and Galina, who are also our adjunct here to share their own experience as a current student here at the Middlesex University. Please don't hesitate to ask as much questions as you have. Please do. So, for campus 21, please.
It's not boring.
it. Mais vous savez, le boss, vous connaissez mon Dieu, moi, je mon street. Ça prometteuse, peut-être moi. Is it on mute or it's okay? We can start. Hi everyone, good afternoon. Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Dominique Arlanda. I'm the Associate Director of Professional Services. I look after the non-academic function of your student life at university. So let's say that from the moment you become a student, you've made your payment, you've got your unconditional letter, you're part of my team. It's my team who's going to look after you, and my team is made up of several little departments. The main one for you would be the student office, and that would be your one-stop shop over the next 3 years. That's where you get all information relating to your academic queries, your presence in class, your assignments, everything that you need to know. You go to the student office. But university life is not just academic. There's so much more to it. There's a team called the Student Services, and they will be looking after you with extracurricular activities. So if you're interested in drama, culture, art, sports, you'll have to refer to the student activities, and that's made up of my colleagues that you'll meet later, Jean-Patrice and Dominique. Something else that we do, of course, we need to get you ready. You need to be able, at the end of the 3 years, to tell employers that you're here, you're a graduate, please take me for employment. So our team again will look after you, and you'll meet later my colleague, Dalila Kala. She's the employability lead. She will help you finding tips about writing your CV, how to do presentation, communication. There will be lots of workshops that she will be doing. But more than that, she'll also help you to prepare for your interviews. She'll help you meet various industry leaders during the next 3 years to find out more about what do they expect from a graduate. My team also includes the library, so anything that you need related to your learning, whether it is how to look for a book, e-resources, Cortex, you'll just have to go to our amazing library facilities, and there will be lovely stuff there to help you. Of course, life at university is not so easy. When you move from secondary school and you come to the tertiary education, there's a transitional period. My colleague Nushreen from the LET will help you. She'll help you with your academic writing. She'll teach you how not to plagiarize and how to score marks, how to do referencing, etc. So my message to you is don't miss out on this opportunity. Join us for the next academic year. Your future starts with us. I'll introduce you to my colleague, Dalila, and she'll talk to you more about employability. Thank you.
Thanks, Dominic. So my name is Dalila, and I am the employability lead on campus. Like the lecturers this morning mentioned, skills is very important, and all the employers are now looking for your skills. Your degree is very important, what you're learning, the theory, and all the cases that you're going to be learning is very important. But especially in this new age, if I can put it this way, the skills are becoming even more important, and this is where I come in. I work a lot with the industry to help you develop those skills, and like my colleague earlier mentioned, we have lots of workshops happening on campus in terms of employability skills. We have the talks from the industry, and later on in a few minutes you'll have the industry talking to you and telling you what they're looking for when they are actually hiring for employers. So stay tuned for that, and yeah, so please do join us. We'll be supporting you all that we can. Thank you.
And now, just to go on in terms of the students, in terms of student experience, which is a very important phase when you are at the university. Academic side very important, but the student experience as well. We take this very seriously, and what you do in terms of extracurricular, which is also very important when it comes to skills, to enhance your skills. So my colleague Dominique and Jean-Patrice will be talking a little bit more about this, and if you have any question, just drop us a question online. Thank you.
So, thanks, Dalila. Hi, guys. I'm Dominique, the events coordinator for the campus. So we are here today to explain and give you an insight of what type of events we normally schedule for students. So we do have different type of event, which is not really academic sometimes. So like Christmas party, Diwali, and so many community services as well that we do for the student. So we are a campus where we're trying to give the opportunity to the student to do the project themselves, and we just support them in behind. So just to give the support lead, if you want, in a sense. So this is what we do in terms of event. Patrice is going to talk to you about Sparks and about the sport facilities, what we do offer.
Thank you, Dominique. Hi, hello. My name is Jean-Patrice, and I'm the activity and sports coordinator here at Middlesex. And our main purpose in terms of activities here is to give you the opportunity to do sports that you like. And if you want to lose weight or gain more in terms of learning a new instrument for music, in terms of doing drama, as mentioned earlier, that's part of my portfolio. And some students, when they come to Mauritius, they also like to go everywhere to see what we have, because we are not tourists at first, we are students. So it's a very good place to come to Mauritius so that you can go around the country to see about the different areas, the different cultures. So my part is also related to societies, student societies, and one of those societies is at the Adventure Club normally. And within this society, we used to go around and visit different areas of the country. So apart from this, my aim also is to give you an extra opportunity to participate in regular activities that is in a weekly purpose. For example, we are associated to Spark, which is a sports center, and there you get the opportunity to participate in different activities like football, like volleyball, like rugby, basketball, and also you have free access to a gym, which is gifted with professional equipment, and also we have good coaches who can help you to gain more in terms of sports performance. So it will be much more interesting if you come here, you join us, and we can learn more and do more things together. Thank you very much.
Any questions from the audience? I thought maybe one thing that we should share with you is during COVID, when everything was locked down, our team here organized an online Ludo competition. And that was a first. That was a competition organized by us through, for the 4 campuses of Middlesex University. And it was good that the winner came from Mauritius. But this is not the only project that we do at Middlesex. We do lots more. So please join us soon. At the moment, the team is preparing the induction for newcomers. There's lots to look forward to. There will be some courses prior to you joining. So don't miss that opportunity. Come and sign and see our marketing team. They are there to help you. The lecturers are here to answer your questions. Any doubt, just come and see us on campus. Thank you very much. No questions? No? Would you? Okay, so if it's about the fees, I'll leave the floor to Rakesh.
Hi, thank you for following us live. No, the fees doesn't include accommodation, the first installment. It's purely about the fees you study at Middlesex University, Mauritius. Thank you. Tu commences là?
Oui.
Have you launched already?
Hello everyone. Hello again. Just for those who have joined us, my name is Dalila and I'm the Employability Lead on campus. And today I'm delighted to have, during this open day, our alumni, our LLB alumni, our LLM alumni, and they are here basically to tell you a little bit what you do after that law degree. This morning, for those who joined us this morning, you heard the lecturers telling you what you can do. But then let's hear from those who have been here with us. How have been their past 3 years or 4 years with the MDX family? And so first, to go first will be Vimy. Vimy has been with us for the past 4 years, going on 4 years. She has done her LLB and now she's completing her LLM with us. Then following Vimy, there will be Zainab. Zainab has been with us forever. She's done her LLB and her LLM with us, and she's now working for the Temple Group, which you will hear a bit later on. You have Waris, Waris and Yashraj, who have left us some years back, 2016, and again they've got a fantastic career now, but the journey at MDX, I think for all the 4 of them, has been a memorable one. So let's hear from them.
Hi guys, my name is Vimy. I'm currently doing my LLM in International Business Law at Middlesex. I did my LLB in 2016 until 2019. And the first thing I wanted to mention is that before you start your LLB, everyone will say like LLB is hard, LLB is very hard. But like I will say, don't listen to people, because as long as you're consistent in your studies and you listen to your lecturers, you will be fine. It's not hard if you study. And my experience here is I have an amazing experience. I had an amazing experience here, because since my first year I've been participating in extracurricular activities, and I was a member of the student council, the student ambassador, and you have the opportunity to do so many extracurricular activities. And for your studies, I would say, if you have any problem, if you encounter any problem, please contact your lecturers, because at Middlesex we have the most friendly lecturers. You can just book an appointment with them and say, hey, I have a problem, can we sort this out, or explain this to me, and then they will explain it to you, and don't hesitate to ask for help here. And also the thing is, during your 3 years, you will be able to do so many stuff on campus. The law, the LLB, we have the Law Society here. They organize so many events during the year, which will help you to know more about the law field in Mauritius. And also, I have been a member of the Student Council for 2 years, and it's an amazing experience. If you have the opportunity to apply to be a member of the Student Council or any clubs to participate in activities, please do so, because it will, at the end of the day, you will be the winner. You will enjoy the experience. Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Zainab, and I did my 3 years of LLB here and my LLM here. So for my first year, when I first came to Middlesex University, I really didn't know what to expect. I was a bookworm. I wasn't doing anything. I was just in the library, because I knew first year was very important. I had to build up my foundation. And then once I've passed my first year, I was like, okay, now I have to get a little bit more social, you know. I can't always be a bookworm if I want to be a barrister later on. So what I did, I went for the program of Student Ambassador. And Dominic, where is Dominic and Delilah? Okay, Dominic and Delilah, they've been a great help because they really try to groom you in terms of how to be more social and how to interact with people and have this presence, you know. And then once I did my second year, did well academically, then, you know, we wanted to do a little bit more for the university. Then I took care of the Law Society. Those two were before me, and they were part of the Law Society too. Well, they were helping with the Law Society. And then we organized so many events, you know, together with the lecturers, Priya, Vandana, Melanie, Arvin, and Suhasini as well. So we've tried to give events such as mooting, debates. We've invited ex-judges to come in and speak for the law career. We've had arbitration talks as well. And we are also in partnership with Mrs. Piato from the IGLS. Lex Aquila now. Lex Aquila, yeah. So you will see at Middlesex we have a great networking relationship with employers. It's not only going to be about the program, it's not only going to be about the academic subjects that you're studying for, it's also about the skills, as Mary has already mentioned this morning. It's going to help you more in the future in any field that you want to go. And then once I've finished with my LLB, I went for my LLM, and this is where it all began for me. It really opened avenues for me because there I learned more about arbitration and how it's gaining momentum now. Because you already learn about litigation when you're doing your LLB. So now with the LLM, it actually opens up, it broadens your vision of what the law can be and what it is gaining momentum now. And then you do, for instance, I did public law. It talks a little bit more about politics, about economics, about how law, it goes in all spheres. And I also did corporate law, which helped me when I went to work with Temple Group. And here is Willem van Spransberg, my boss. But the best part about the LLM is actually when you have to do your dissertation, because this is where you get the flexibility to really talk about something that you're passionate about. And this is where your lecturers come into play, because they're going to guide you, they're going to tell you what you need to do to actually produce a good piece of work. And this, with the guidance of my lecturers, I have been able to get my dissertation published. And this has given me an award, the Outstanding Award. And this has opened my avenue with Temple Group. And so I think the point that I really want to drive home here is that Middlesex is not only a university, it is also the place where you're going to get groomed, This is law, we do law here. And you're going to be a barrister afterwards. So it starts from first year, it starts from, building up, learning, reading, getting to know your lecturers, having a good relationship with them, because this is where you will understand your weaknesses and you will understand your strengths. And there also they will be, better equipped to know how to direct you afterwards. And I think I have a big thank you to tell everyone, like from the marketing department, from the academic department, and everyone else, because they've helped you. And also when you want to go for your bar, they will be there for you. At any stage and every stage, they will be there guiding you and giving you tips and advice of what is best for you. So I think I've spoken a bit too much now. If you have any questions, please let me know. I'll just pass on the stage to Waris.
Hello everyone, I'm Waris Singh Ramksal Singh, as Delilah has presented. I did my LLB from Middlesex and graduated in 2016 with the first class, thanks to my lecturers. What Middlesex has provided me is acceptance, first of all, support, and guidance. They probably guided me to my first class degree, thanks to my lecturers again. Not stressed it anymore. what I would like to say is, as you can see, I'm not the typical type of law student. Yes. But they were always there and supported me, kept me going, pushed me through. And afterwards, after the LLB, I decided to pursue my postgraduate in. I did an advanced LLM in international tax law at Leiden University in Holland, and it's a very select university. I was lucky to be amongst the selected one. I think I'm the first Mauritian who tried that, and the thing that helped me was Middlesex, really, because they train you in a certain way to think critically, analytically, and please, en guillemets, we didn't have this facility as you guys.
Don't be jealous.
Yeah, it was just 2 floors and that's it. But we did our best, and we were among the best, I think. And yeah, Middlesex helped us to pursue those different career paths. And now I'm actually working as a tax consultant in one of the biggest companies. I can't mention that, unfortunately. And been working with the biggest companies in Mauritius, internationally and locally, domestically. And yeah, it's been a great journey. Thanks. Yeah, it's been a great journey thanks to the support I got here and always pushing me to try my best. So if you have any question, please do not hesitate to contact me. I'm willing to answer any question about anything. Maybe not anything, but yeah, please feel free. So I'll pass the floor to my learned friend, barrister at law, Yashraj Budoy.
Thank you, Waris. Greetings, everyone. I'm Yashraj Budoy, a barrister at law. I did my LLB and my LLM from 2013 to 2017 here. Not here, but at the old campus. But this campus is really, really good. So you guys, the newcomers and the current batches are really lucky. I guess you've all said everything that needed to be touched upon. I'll just add that what really made me today is the friendly approach of the lecturers, the opportunity of getting involved in the different societies that we have at the university, because this is what makes you, yes, you're doing your academic background, but you also need to develop that soft skills area, which we need nowadays. We really need it nowadays in the field of work, whichever field of work we're doing. And especially if you're doing a barrister at law thing, you will need to deal with people, you will need to deal with the public, you will need to deal with the justices, the magistrates, with your colleagues at the bar. So this is really what made me today, and I'm really thankful to this whole teaching staff and non-teaching staff of Middlesex University, as well as the marketing department, the employability department, who has always been there since 2013. Till today, I can say, because even though we're not at the university, we know that we can just drop a message and they will reply to us. So this is really a relationship that has been built upon since 2013, and it is still here. And I always say it in every time I get the opportunity that Middlesex is a family. It has been a family and it will always be a family, so you can always count on us, alumni, to be there to help you in whatever ways that we can. And yes, feel free if you have any questions. Dalala wanted me to talk a bit about the extracurricular activities that we had in the past that I've participated in. So there was mooting competition, there was the public speaking competition. We had back then it was a big thing to have the council elections, to have the Law Society elections that we were all very passionate about. Yeah, it was a big thing back then. I don't know if it's still here. Still there. That was the mindset, that's good. The legacy is here. So yeah, Besides that, today I'm a barrister at law at the chambers of Sunil Lakshman, and work is struggling in the first few years for a practicing barrister, private practice. But if we've always heard it from the justices, from the senior counsels, from the members of the bar, if you're perseverant, you're patient, you're good at what you're doing, and you're honest towards the profession, there will always be room for the good ones. So if ever you're choosing a path towards private practice, towards practicing the law, whichever it is, solicitor, barrister, monetary, so there's always room for the good ones. So be patient. I think this will be it. Any question that you have, you may ask me or anyone from the panel. I hope the newcomers will enjoy this great university that this has been and will always be, and you can always rely on the assistance of the teaching and non-teaching staff here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, alumni. Do we have any question from the audience? Nope. Any question live? Rakesh? Okay. Well, they are here. They're not leaving anyway. So if you have any question that you would like to ask them in terms of activities, in terms of what they're doing now, feel free to ask, and they will be more than happy to tell you their experience. Good. Great. Well, wonderful. Thank you so much, alumni. If you want to, I have to because I'm so short. Okay. All right. So like our alumni have said, having a law degree is wonderful, but it is also very important to think about what you want to do afterwards with that degree, so your career. And for those who will be joining us in terms of LLB, please start thinking about it now. And this is, we are here, like the alumni have said, we're here to help you, to guide you. I said it a bit earlier that as one of the activities that we do in terms of the employability services is invite the industry to talk to you about what you can do with your law degree. So today we have the humble honor to have three companies with us, who, and the particular interest into these three companies are that they're all having our students with them, working with them, either in internships. Some of alumni are working with them, and that's why we have invited them today to represent. So we have Mr. William Van Strensberg from the Temple Group, Mrs. Mokshada Pieter from Lex Axilia, our very humble honor to receive Judge Doma with us, and Mr. Stephen Senganyan from the Stevenson Associate. Yes, you can clap. So the three of them are representing corporate law, offshore legal services, but also in terms of training, which is also very important. When you are studying, guys, the degree, once you've finished it, please keep learning, and this is very, very important. Knowledge is very important, and the panelists here will give you a bit more details about what they will be, what the employers are looking for in terms of hiring, what they're expecting in terms of skills, and hopefully stressing a little bit in terms of why they are hiring our MDX students. Okay, so William, the floor is yours first.
Hi everyone, I'm Willem van Rensburg. I represent the Chambers of Urmila Bulel. We are part of the Temple Group. And I'm going to start my story just after World War II. I wanted to start with a earlier time, but I only have 10 minutes. So Urmila Bulel started the blog a few weeks ago. We're on the 4th episode. That's coming out on every Friday on Facebook at Temple Group. And she speaks about things that are more in general and very interesting for everybody involved in the legal profession. And this Friday she spoke about how it was to study law 35 years ago when she did it, and how difficult it was to get to the UK and to get back. You couldn't come visit your parents for the holidays and all these kind of things. It was difficult to phone home. I myself studied in the early 90s. It was also to a certain extent true. And when I spoke to her after reading the blog yesterday, she actually told me that it was even more interesting for her father, who studied law just after World War II in Scotland. And back then you had to take a ship from Mauritius you sailed along the east coast of Africa to Spain, if I remember correctly. In Spain you took a train across the country, and then you got on another boat to sail to the UK. From London, they were met by a representative of all the different universities there, and they had to travel by bus to Scotland, to Edinburgh, where he studied. So this was quite a trip. I think once you got there, you stayed there. You didn't really come home often. So it was quite difficult. And also at that time, people didn't really know what was happening in other countries. Even me in the 90s, our law was very much focused on domestic law. We knew sort of what was going on in the rest of the world, but as the word says, it was foreign. Foreign countries, foreign law, we were not that interested in all that. Now, many of the people back then obviously stayed in the UK and didn't return to Mauritius. But for me now, when I came to Mauritius, I only realized Mauritius has a particular focus on international law, even more so than South Africa and a lot of other countries, because where I work at the moment, we are a commercial and litigation firm, and I speak to people from other countries almost on a daily basis. Zainab, you'll confirm this, and I think all other firms as well. Even if you are not going to be a barrister, because there's a lot of talk about becoming a barrister here today. You don't have to become a barrister. I think you might have had this talk this morning. If you are going to work in a management company one day, you are going to manage global businesses. You're going to therefore also deal with people from other countries. The same in the financial sector, banking. The same if you're going to work in an audit firm like PwC or one of those. You are always going to work with people from the international community. And in order to work with people from the international community, you have to have a very good command of the English language. That's your first step. As for me, I always did very well in English as a subject in school, but I really couldn't speak it well. I only really started speaking it better since I came to Mauritius, because I never needed to in South Africa, or sometimes, but not a lot. And I realized that really how important it was to speak English fluently if you want to deal with these people. People from across the world. I deal with people from China, for instance. They speak English better than I do. So don't expect people to speak different languages anymore. English is the language of the world. And for me, the first benefit of Middlesex is this, that you have the opportunity to study at a UK university without getting on a ship, on a train, on another ship, and on a bus. You can do it right here. you have the exposure to of really interacting in English. You speak English every day, you write English, you do oral presentations in English. For me, that's one of the benefits of this. Now, if I can go to the perspective of an employer, I've been with Temple for about 1.5 years now. We've employed various people during that time. From legal researchers to legal executives, people who studied law but are not barristers yet or don't want to be, and up until the level of barristers. And during this time, most of the people we appointed were from Middlesex University. And this isn't because this is our policy or anything like that. It is simply because they did better in the interviews. And the qualities that you need to do well in an interview are the same qualities that you're going to need to do well in your job one day. How it works in practice, for you as somebody who applies for a job, it's a very big thing, and you probably exercise in front of the mirror or something. I don't know what you do before you come for an interview, and everybody tells you how important a good CV is, which is really, really true. But in practice, how I do it anyway, is we are very busy, and we advertise for somebody because we are busy and we need somebody else to help, and therefore we look at all the CVs quickly, scan through them, look at them, decide who might fit and who might not fit. Definitely, we take the stack of CVs of the people who might fit. In this process, we will look at your leadership qualities, your marks that you got at university, and all these things are all important, but that will put you in the interview stage. It will not get you the job. When we have the interview with you, that's where we decide who's going to get the job, because everybody we invite for the interview is a potential candidate. Otherwise, you would not be invited. When you have the interview, we look for your confidence. You are going to be a barrister or work in the legal field, or work in another field where you are going to work with people. You have to be able to deal with clients. So we look for your confidence. We look for your English language ability, not only writing but also speaking. By the way, I check your CV for spelling as well. I have a big thing about that. Please don't make a spelling mistake on your CV. That might put you in the other pile. So that's very important, actually, because the writing skills are also very important. But when we assess you, we will test you on a legal question or two, but we do not expect you to know the law to the extent that we know the law after a lot of experience. But we are testing your ability to think outside the box, your ability to reason, your ability to think on your feet. That's what we want, right? Because we're going to train you, but nobody wants to spend a year training somebody to do the basics. So for me, I think I also spoke to one of the barristers working at the firm who was recently appointed, and I said, that was Mr. Hirsch at Wimchen, and I said, Hirsch, you know what? Why do you think? Because I pick up that we tend to appoint the Middlesex students more, but I can't put my finger on why. What do you think? You studied at Middlesex. What is it? And he said, firstly, it's the language ability, but secondly, because you study at an international university, you get to work with people from other countries right from the start. When you get to have to deal with clients, sorry, I'm almost done. When you have to deal with clients later on, you have this relationship, you have this ability to work with people from other countries and other cultures because you've done so from year one of your LLB or whatever degree you study. So that's very important. And I already mentioned the English language ability as well. And then also what Middlesex has, and apparently not everybody has this, are the moot courts. And especially when you want to become a barrister, this is where you learn to find your own voice and to reason about something. And even if you're not going to become a barrister, you need this quality. This is what you learn in the moot courts, in classes. And by the way, I'm also an LLM student in Vimi's class. So just did it a bit later in my life here. But you have oral presentations in the classroom. That teaches you the presentation skills, which helps you get the job at the interview, which helps you deal with the clients in life. The discussions you have in class, the interactive discussions, the oral presentations, the moot courts, that helps you to think for yourself and to be able to reason and to get your message across, your point of view across. And this is crucial for any job, not even just in the legal field, but especially in the legal field. And these are the things we are looking for. Apart from that, of course, the networking opportunities in Middlesex are great. You are going to meet people here, and this is true for any university. You will meet people from your first year. You will walk a path with some of them for the rest of your life. In Middlesex, maybe what makes it better is that a lot of these people are from other countries. They go back to their countries, and you have a connection with somebody in that country. And this is just not from an employer's perspective, but from your own personal, for your own personal benefit. So I think to sum up, for the Middlesex students have the better English ability, not all of them, but mostly. They've got the ability to think on their feet and reason because of all these moot courts and all these discussions in class and all these oral presentations. I hated the oral presentations, by the way. And then, so that really teaches you that there's a big difference between a first year student and what you are going to end up being when you get out of there. So if you go for a job interview, please remember this. Very, very important to have your own voice at a job interview. Otherwise, you won't stand out, and I'm sure you'll get it at Middlesex. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Willem, for this great presentation. I invite now Mrs. Pieter, Judge Doma, to share his experience with you. Yes, of course.
Well, good afternoon to you all. Thank you very much. There was one lecturer who was very worried, and he told the other lecturer by the side, I get very worried when somebody is looking at his watch while I am speaking. And the other one said, no, I don't get worried. Why? It is not until he places his watch at the ear that I get worried. Well, sometimes I think they are talking about LLB. Should it not be LLS? Bachelor of Laws? How many spinsters there are here? All right, yes. Well, I shall leave the career part of it to people who are more proficient in this. I shall tell you about the values which will make you a good barrister, a good lawyer. All right, because I think this is very, very important. Law is a tool. You can use law just like you can use a knife, either to kill or to cut an apple. At the end of it all, the question is how grounded you are on values, human values. If you think you have a defect in this, don't study law. I'll tell you my story. At the age of 17, 16, at the age of 13, I was writing short stories. Why? Because I saw so many things wrong in society. I wrote those short stories and put it somewhere hidden. All right, until it was discovered and I was left alone. At the age of 17, 3 of my short stories were broadcast in the World Service of the BBC. Why? Because my grounding was on humanity. The question I always posed myself was this: am I, as an individual, doing enough to humanize human beings? Am I doing enough to civilize civilization? Am I doing enough to democratize democracies? This is law. But the problem was what? We were not very well off. And remember one thing, the young generation would not know that. To study law in England, your constitution provided, well, to be able to practice law in Mauritius, your constitution provided that you had to qualify in England. And it would cost a fortune. We were not well off. So I became a lawyer by accident. Literally and metaphorically. 1970s, you had only one English film on television, weekly. It was 8:20 in the evening of Sunday evening. And I used to watch that every Sunday without fail. I used to meet my friends at 8 o'clock after dinner, take a walk, and come back and watch my film. One particular day I got a scholarship from the British Council for 1 year, relying on my BBC stories, to study English, to be trained as an English teacher. All right? I would never go for that. I would never be able to take the scholarship. Why? This is the accident. I went out and there was a road accident. I broke my leg. A motorcycle hit me on the road. Sweet are the uses of adversity. I could not take the scholarship, but I got insurance. And I was able to go to read law. Why was that? Why such a coincidence? My father was a priest. My mother had taught village boys and girls for free. She was decorated by the Queen for that, by the Queen of England. So 2 things you should not forget. The social aspect of your personality and the spiritual aspect of it. It's no good being a technician lawyer. Don't be technicians. What is the difference between you're studying law at Middlesex University and you're going to a temple or a mosque or a pagoda or wherever? The only difference is one of venue. Everywhere you are thinking of the same thing: justice, fairness, humanity. It's just a place where you are going. Law has to be approached from that point of view. How much are you doing? When I went abroad, I didn't stay simply to come back as a barrister. Law is a profession. It's not a business. And you take a profession to serve. There is integrity involved in it. Tomorrow's lawyers are all those, tomorrow's best lawyers are all those who have a name in reputation, good reputation. There will be many, many lawyers. You will hear that all the time. The market is saturated. The market is saturated for mediocre people. If you want to do better, you will succeed. The market is not saturated for the right professionals with integrity, with spirituality. I'm not talking of religion. I'm talking of spirituality. I'm talking of socialization, the social aspect of your work. All right? Where you know, after I finish, another incident I can tell you about. When I went abroad, I went as an hungry student, ever hungry student. At one stage, I was doing 4 degrees the same year. And I was caught in this. I remember there was one subject which was clashing of 2 degrees. How do I go about it? I said, I have got to, despite the fact that I have studied for all the 4, I have got to give up one. But when you're in a problem abroad and you are all alone, the only person, your parents are not around, the only thing you can think about is your Creator. You made me choose 4. Why? I went, I was so worried the next day, I was late for lecture. When I was late for lecture, I wanted to cheat. The lecture room was on the 4th floor of the university, and I said, I will cheat, I will take the lift of the lecturers to arrive on time. I pressed the lift came, and who do I find in the lift? The dean of the university. I started shaking, said, are you all right? Yes, I am all right. I have got a problem. Okay, the lift had reached, he was going up. He said, you see my secretary. Now, I went back to the secretary after lectures. I said, I have got a problem. And this is the problem. I met the dean. And he sorted it out for me. He said, okay, we'll give you another paper on another day. And in the paper I had, it was written, special paper for Mauritian student who could not sit on that particular day. Well, to cut a long story short, a last little bit. After I got my doctorate, before I got my doctorate, it was with Professor Cloros. Professor Cloros was at that time the editor of International Comparative Law. So after I finished my DES in France, all right, LLM, I had completed my LLM, DES in France. He said, well, what are you going to do now? I said, I'm going back home. You can't go back home with having done all that. And he said, are you afraid to work? And I got a shock of my life. He said, how dare he tell me I am afraid to work? He said, go and finish your doctorate. Well, I finished my doctorate, and he said, well, join me as a co-editor of International Comparative Law. All right, and I told him, if I do that, Professor, I shall have lots of money in my bank account, but my soul would still be trotting around asking, what have you done for your people? What have you done for your country? What shall I answer? And I gave that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Judge Duma, for those words of wisdom. And I do hope you guys are taking this experience, the experience that Judge Duma has shared with us. I'm speechless to the heart. And it reminds me today's Mandela Day, and what you're saying just reminded me of what Mandela also has said. Anyway, to move on, we have Mrs. Stevenson Sanganyan, who has been working with us for quite a long time now, I would say. And so he will tell us a little bit more about the career and share his tips with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. His Lordship is a partner in the firm, Stephen Associates law firm. I can see Salomni, my previous, one of the previous interns at the firm, and now we have Mr. Townsend. So we're very committed to Middlesex University, I would say. It matches our business model. It goes very well. So I was just going to present myself. Thank you for, good afternoon. I'll just read because I'm going to have to be polished up because I think we have a bit of time here. Well, good afternoon to the members of the law faculty, the executive and the employability team here, marketing, the dean, there is, and students and prospective students. I'm very pleased to be here with my partner, His Lordship, who has managed to take off his very, very busy schedule to be here. And without very much me persuading him, he was so interested. So basically my name, I will speak generally of what we are looking for as students, but also what I do, what is the business model of our firm, and also what we expect in terms of our students, what I probably expect from my own experience as a solicitor in London, practicing solicitor in the UK, and also some little advice from my own experience. Yeah? So I'm Stephen Sanganyan. I've been vested with the power of being practicing solicitor of the senior courts of England and Wales. I'm also an officer of the Supreme Court of England and Wales. So I previously worked for the Magic Circles law firms in London, and I'm now also a partner at Holborn Adams, is a legal 500 law firm in the city of London. I'm also the first Mauritian who has been elected Freeman for the City of London Solicitors Company. and we elect the Lord Mayor of the City of London. In Mauritius, I'm the managing partner, and I co-founded together with His Lordship Doma, Stephen Associates, in 2016. International law firm based in Eben Cyber City. The firm has grown ever since, and only recently we have a new association based in London with Christopher Doron QC. He is one of the leading barristers in Britain, as well as a presenter of the legal documentaries for the BBC. He is an expert consultant with the firm. Last year, the firm achieved a milestone as we won our first judicial committee of the Privy Council matter here in Mauritius, on Mauritian soil, as we acted on behalf of the appellant. The first Privy Council hearing for the appellant via video conferencing by practicing solicitors sitting in Mauritius. So, among other responsibilities I shared, I'm also the founder and the first president of the International Law Association Mauritius branch, together with the support of His Lordship and other leading member of the legal profession. The branch is a 64 branch of the ILA, and that after 146 years. For your information, the International Law Association was set up in 1873 in Brussels. Its objective under its constitution was the study, clarification, development of international law, both public and private, and the furtherance of international understanding and respect for international law. The ILA has consultative status as an international non-governmental organization with a number of United Nations specialized agencies. Well, I'm also presently an executive council member of ILA, who meets twice a year in London. I've also been appointed as a member of the scholarship committee of ILA and the member of the foresight panel of the ILA International Law Association for the future of international law, which we are celebrating in Paris. We want to work very much with Middlesex University on that. So we're looking for researchers, publishers. So who I am? I mean, I'm Mauritian by birth. I'm also a British citizen. So I returned in 2016 after I feel like Judge Doma. I feel like what I'm doing in the city all alone there, being in Mauritius, having the dining, sitting, mergers and acquisition deals. And I decided to serve the country, and so I'm spending most of my adult life in the UK studying, graduated from several universities, University of Oxford, University of London, University of Paris, and so while working as a solicitor, I've seen so much, because it's a big responsibility. I'll come with that. So at the age of 23, after my LLB, I was lucky enough. I was just lucky because I don't know. I was probably good looking at this time. I was lucky enough to join the Magic Circle, Freshfields, Breakfast and Deringer, and I was like, when I was growing up, my grandfather has a lot of litigation. We used to go to the small practice chambers, and I was shocked to see 500 lawyers, mostly solicitors, practicing solicitors, and legal support. We have our own a restaurant, own gym in the same building, so we never go home really. We just work. We make good money. So, based in the City of London, we have offices over 30 years. I was sent to Paris, Berlin to work, seconded, as part of my training. So, the first deal I ever worked was the sale of Le Méridien Hotel worldwide. It was 1.5 billion. So that's more money I've ever seen in my life. So, 23 years old, it is a very good experience. And then I continue working for other deals. I move on to firms like Herbert Smith, which is very focused on arbitration, commercial arbitration, Sullivan and Cromwell, American law firm, and I work on the Sir Philip Watt scandals, Shell scandal. Probably you heard about it if you're reading about financial services law. So that's a way to eliminate why I don't regret choosing the career as a lawyer, to be a lawyer. But in hindsight, it's very good but it comes also with a lot of responsibility. I mean, you can't have enough power without having responsibility on one side. So, and I concur with His Lordship about the spirituality aspect, about integrity. So, being a practicing solicitor in the UK, it does carry a lot of responsibilities. You need to have, first, your code of practice, they just changed it now. It used to be 571 pages to comply with. And so you don't advise clients, you also advocate for them before courts of law and tribunals. Whereas the first point of call for anyone who was arrested, if we are practicing as a criminal lawyer, I did practice as a criminal lawyer in London Bridge for 1 year. And so we are the first point of call. If someone is arrested, we go to the police, so there's interviews, we go to prisons visit, we attend police stations, we attend crown courts, magistrate court for those who are doing to study PACE under criminal law. Further, as a solicitor, we also provide expert legal support and advice in commercial and personal issues. So personal issues include buying and selling of properties, like here Notea do that. We have for clients for like we say conveyancing in the UK. So we also act for public sector organizations and companies. We act family and divorce matters, personal injury claims, and of course criminal litigation, commercial work. I mostly work after 2 years in crime, 1 year practicing in London Bridge. I went into back to corporate, because I wanted to specialize in more corporate work. There is a major distinction, and of course it goes without saying, the pro bono work. Pro bono work where you advise clients for unable to pay for legal services. I used to act as work for pro bono as the High Court in London. So I do a lot of pro bono, 15 hours a week, months. So advising clients for appeals on merits. So usually clients, after they lost the case at the High Court, at the county court, or once they want to appeal, so I was there. So basically at the Royal Court of Justice. So the distinction between barristers and I'm a practicing solicitor, and I'm very proud to be one, because I'm probably the only one here in Mauritius right now, practicing here and practicing in London. But I would say the distinction from Mauritius, for those who want to study, not only for the local market, but to go abroad and work in UK, you have to understand the distinction between barristers and solicitors in the UK in contrast to here. In Mauritius is a different scenario, it's a very different legal scene, and in UK is different. Okay, so when you're working with as a solicitor in London, you're also an officer of the Supreme Court. Basically, what you do, you have additional duties, like Commissioner of Oath. So, whereby a client can attend your office, and you can swear affidavit. If you want to change your name, you can come to see me. I will just put a stamp. You can go home, and your name is changed. We administer the justice. That's part of our duties as officer of the Supreme Court. In Mauritius is different, because you need to go to the Supreme Court to swear an affidavit. The Legal Services Act 2007 UK, as part of the harmonization with the EU law, brought about a lot of changes in the UK industry via the Clementi report. So there has been a fusion of the profession between solicitor and barrister. At one end, before that, the barrister enjoys monopoly in advocacy work. But from 2007 onwards, solicitor advocate was empowered with the same rights as barristers to appear in all levels of courts in the UK. So, for example, where I go to secondment in Paris, I go to Abbas Smith in Paris, UK solicitors have the same title as avocat as elsewhere. So it's part of the EU harmonization. Yeah? Which I think I'm trying to get this message across in Mauritius since I came, and it's still stuck somewhere. My general advice, to sum up, to anyone who's studying law is try to obtain as much international exposure before you come back to the country. Because if you look at the legal, the law industry in the UK, the GDP contribution is around 60 billion. Compared to Mauritius, the legal industry has not evolved. If we want to be the next Singapore or Hong Kong, we need to evolve. The industry has to change to meet the demand. If you want big cases, mergers, acquisitions, and you need to focus on those, the future Mauritius legal services depend on that. So hard work, perseverance, positive mental attitude are imperative in all fields, but attention to details. What we're looking for from the university here is anyone with attention for details. Grammatical, we are looking at that key skill. Yeah, we can't, and also integrity, okay, that's very important, and also it's all about confidentiality, because we are working for clients, we expect our intern to understand the rules of confidentiality at all the times, yeah. And my personal advice is, for those interested in law, my advice would be that law is a challenging path in terms of time, money, and intellect, and your hair as well. But at the end of the day, the journey is worth it, okay? You have to have integrity. Integrity and hard work are the backbone of any successful lawyer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Delilah, for inviting me and be part of such an eminent panel. I am really honored to be on the same panel as Judge Doma, who is an authority, for those who don't know it, in Mauritian laws. And whenever we do research in Mauritian laws, I just go look at the judgment of the Supreme Court. I just look at the last page. Who's the judge? Judge Doma, fine. It's going to be nice reading, This is one of our, I think, most eminent and most easily understandable, readable, flowing, wonderful writing, sir. And thank you so much. I'm honored to be on the same panel as you. My name is Mokshda Pertob, and I have 22 years at the bar of Mauritius. I did my law in England. I was at the London School of Economics, and I did a master's in France at Aix-en-Provence, Marseille 3, and the bar in Mauritius. So I have done basically all the systems of law with my PhD in India. So I've done a little bit of everywhere. When I was in my HSC, when I was going to do my law, my dad's ambition, my dad's dream was my daughter was going to become a magistrate, and that was it. And I did become a magistrate. I was a magistrate at the Court of Port Louis and the Court of Flac. I was also at the AG office. I don't know where I worked with Judge Doma, who was the parliamentary counsel then. I was also a defense counsel. I was also a part-time lecturer since 1996. I'm sure most of you were still in diapers then. I've been teaching all the time. And then I realized it's like what my parents had as a dream was what they knew in their context. As a woman of the 20th century, of this century, of year 2000 onwards, I believe, there is much, much more in law than this. And I was just counting the things. I've studied 7 years of law. And of 7 years of law, with my England, France, and all that, Mauritius, India, I have had 10 careers of law. I've done so many different things in law. Prosecution lawyer, defense lawyer, magistrate. Then I went to India. I was working in a company. I was contract vetting, contract drafting. Then I was a law professor there. Then I trained to become a legal trainer, and I trained the police in New Delhi, and I trained the police academies. And then I became a trainer of the Indian Army. And then I came back to Mauritius in 2016, and I was the director of the Institute of Judicial and Legal Education, Legal Studies, which is the training institute of the Supreme Court, the academic wing of the Supreme Court, with my judicial and training and legal background. So after 22 years at the bar with white hair, I was considered white, I was maybe wise enough to go into management now, legal education management. Then I moved on a little bit to become a judicial trainer also. I learned to train judges and magistrates in judicial ethics. And I concur with my learned friends here that ethics is part of your personality, of your core. And that's part of my core, for sure. You know, and the training field is something new which I discovered along the way. And ultimately, now I'm a legal entrepreneur. I've got a company which is called Lex Aquila Training and Consulting Services. And thanks to Delilah, I did a lecture here on careers of law because I have seen it. I've seen it from a perspective of national and international, in and out of the country. When I was qualified as a barrister and I was slogging my time out there in Sterling House and running to court every day, we were 200 barristers only. Today there's 1,200 barristers. When I was at the IGLS as a director and all the barristers come there to do the CPD course, the continuing professional education course, and all of them come there. And I chit-chat with them over a cup of coffee. And I hear the stories from the young kids, for me they're all kids, to the older ones, and how tough it is and how it's not easy. Of course, there's always room at the top, but provided you find the way to go to the top, and you find a nice and ethical way, something which is straight with lots of flowers like Little Red Riding Hood, you know? It's not easy. Let's be very honest about it. Becoming a barrister here, and I must before I forget, I must say it, for me, we should also focus, because we are barristers, you are going to be practicing maybe here, maybe internationally. Do not look at Mauritius as being, just a place to work. The world is out there, and I think COVID taught us this. When I started my company, Lex Aquila means legal eagles. And I made that nice little logo of an eagle taking on the world. And then COVID, I was sitting at home and thinking, what am I going to do? I had to give back my office. 3 months, and thankfully I was able to give back the office. I'm thinking, what am I going to do now? And then we went on online training. And I am so lucky to have my interns from Middlesex University. I've employed, they're working for me. I'm working for them now. One African girl, I think I'm very, very lucky with African girls, Sandra Oching, and who has done a marvelous job of creating our brochure in the short span she was with us. Vaishali and Alisha Chandan Singh, who's currently working with us. And I have learned so much with the new generation of people. This new generation, you are the new generation. You are the next generation. Okay? And with them, I am learning how to become more innovative and flexible. And now, our company is actually thriving online. Our newsletter, we just came out with a newsletter yesterday on child sexual abuse. We are into legal training, legal research, legal writing. And we want to wake up people regarding child sexual abuse and sexual harassment and lots of issues. We would take up the social issues. Now it's my time to give back. So if I say, what am I today? I am a legal entrepreneur and I'm a legal activist with a focus on empowerment. Empowerment of women, empowerment of children, empowerment of minorities, but I also empower lawyers because I believe this is a noble profession. I was trained, I learned. All the people, my mentors I had, it was like they were my guru, that Guru Shish Parampara. So you have that. And now, I feel we are forgetting it somewhere. The pursuit of money is not the ultimate pursuit of happiness. You have to have something to give back to society. And my way of giving back to the profession, to my whole brothers and sisters, lawyers as a group, is basically to ensure that they have proper training. That is what we do. As well as writing, as well as sensitization campaign, that's what we do. And what I learned, and I'll tell you one thing, is last year I went to present a paper in Greece, and there was this South African girl there. She was presenting a paper. And we started chatting, and she told me, what do you do? I said, I work for the space program in South Africa. And I said, huh? South Africa has a space program? We never knew South Africa. Did anyone know South Africa had a space program? We never knew about it. And then it kind of clicked in my mind. You know, when I went to South Africa and I went to Botswana and I went to Mozambique, the future is in Africa. I sincerely believe it. I sincerely believe that there has to be, we are part of Africa, whether we like it or not. And the world is also a village now. And the way we're connecting with the whole village is now through the internet. And you guys are going to do the law now and will finish in 5 years' time. Okay? Your job is not yet created. The world has changed. In the future, that online banks will not exist anymore. Blockchain technology is going to come. Your jobs, you will create your own future and you will create your own jobs. So what you need is to have the best education possible, the most innovative mind, the most creative mind. And I think Middlesex is the right place to give you this. Because I've seen the quality of interns I'm getting. I say, do this, we have this deadline, we have to take it out today, bow, it's done. And no spelling mistakes. I'm so, thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all the 4 panelists. I think you guys will join me to say again thank you to them by a round of applause. It's been a wonderful 45 minutes in terms of, I think you guys have got so much. What you have seen here is what you're going to get throughout the whole academic year. So that's what's waiting for you. I know I'm short of time, so is there any questions, guys? Please, that's the time to ask your questions in terms of career. Yes, sir. Okay, wait, let's just ask for the mics. No, we need it for the live streaming.
Growing up, I've always heard of injustice happening everywhere, even like in Mauritius. I've always heard like people just getting jobs because someone has a son or daughter or anything else. I hated that type of injustice, and I still hate it. So, in my mind, I always had to be in the position that I would be able to make a change. I had to earn that position so that I can make a change. But on the long term, it's quite discouraging because it's either you try to beat the system or you try to be part of the system and try to make the change like this. So when you're trying to be part of the system, you end up like mingled with the type of people you wanted to fight against in the first place. This is very discouraging. And this is why I chose law in the first place, to make a change. And it also pushed me to become the president of the student council as well. And I even set up an association called Project Patriot, by the way, that you could discover during induction. And so, for now on, in the long term, like we've all seen how it's been in 25 years before, and we've seen how it is now in Senegal. Like people just doing whatever they want because they are in a position of power. But legally, there's nothing that we can do. Because the people that are in power, they make sure that they are not sanctioned for whatever they can do afterwards. So how does the judiciary come and try to find solutions against these types of persons that are in power, that we the people elect these people? So how do we change that?
Okay, anyone from the panelists want to answer this question?
Well, the first advice I would give you is this. I have seen Mauritius as a nation of as a lawyer, the first thing you have got to get right is your facts. We we are not a scientific nation. And that is our flaw. This is the flaw of our society. People believe anything that is written, anything that is said, and they make not one meal but several meals out of it. So the first advice I would give you is get people, at least the group, the lawyers, even lawyers don't sometimes, or not sometimes, many times. If I tell you in a very, very famous case in Mauritius, I'll give you how there are errors. When the judgment came out, it was a famous case. I said, okay, where are the facts? 32-page judgment. I look at it and say, look, I don't see the facts. On what did the court base itself to come to that decision? I look at those who gave the judgment. They are senior barristers, senior magistrates. I said, this judgment will not stand test before the Supreme Court, before the Appellate Court, and it did not. The point I am trying to make, the first thing you have got to get done as lawyers is start making your society think scientifically and act scientifically. The first thing when somebody is telling you that there is injustice, the first thing you've got to do is to give me the facts. You don't tell me there is injustice or not. Let me assess. If there is, then I shall. This is the first. Okay? And you will see that you are doing much better than many countries in the world.
I just wanted to add something, not really answering your question. You said there are two ways what you are explaining, that you either join them or you can't change the system, join the system. Okay? I said there's a third way. Think out of the box. Yeah. Become the Elon Musk of Mauritius. Okay? And you change the world. I believe in that. Stop having this narrow island focus like horses in Champ de Mars, you know. Yeah. Look bigger, look wider. Change the world, you know. You can do it. Put your energy in that.
Before I forgot to tell you this, the road to creating a just society is very, very long and very discouraging as well. Okay, you remember that. The road to Rome is very, very long.
So the road to Middlesex is very beautiful.
Okay, we are running out of time. I'd like to thank you all for attending this session. Don't go anywhere. The next session is starting straight away. I'll let my colleague in about 15 minutes. Okay, in about 15, so you have time to get some air, and then please come back for this wonderful session on arbitration, and it's joined live with MDX Hendon. That gives you an opportunity, and this is another thing that we do, is this collaboration that we have with Hendon as well. So please stay with us. Thank you, guys.
Yes, Alvin. Alvin.
Diana for this presentation. Hi everyone. So I'm going to present to you some basic principles of what arbitration is, and I'll also then introduce to you a little bit about my current research. So for those that don't know, arbitration is an important area to know about, especially if you want to work as a corporate lawyer or work in the business world. So arbitration is an alternative method of dispute resolution, and this means that if the parties choose arbitration to resolve their disputes, it means that they would have to waive their right to go to court. So they would have to waive the right to go to litigation if they choose to resolve their disputes in arbitration. Now, this type of method for resolving disputes is normally used for most commercial or business-to-business disputes around the world, especially for cases which have an international character. Now, you might wonder why most commercial parties or commercial disputes prefer to use arbitration for resolving these international disputes. Well, this is mainly due to the robust legal framework that governs international arbitration, as opposed to the legal framework that currently governs international litigation. So, for example, say you have an arbitration agreement and you'd like to enforce it. Well, due to the current laws and rules that you have in place for regulating arbitration, this means that this is easier to enforce as opposed to enforcing an international litigation agreement. This also means that, for example, there are other features of arbitration that are quite interesting, such as having a binding decision. So arbitration is very similar to litigation, in the sense that the procedure really is almost the same. It's just that it's private, so it has private features such as offering proceedings that are confidential in nature. So this means that the proceedings aren't open for the public. If the parties wish to keep their proceedings private. But this also means that basically the outcome of the proceedings, of the arbitration proceedings, are binding. So the decision that comes out of arbitration has a binding and final value, just like a court judgment. So what's in, at an international level with regards to these arbitration decisions is that it's easier to enforce them as opposed to enforcing foreign judgments. Again, this is due to having this robust legal framework that arbitration offers. It also offers more flexibility in the sense that parties are more free to choose where to have their arbitration proceedings, which law and rules to apply to the proceedings. The parties get to choose to appoint the arbitrators, so the people who would essentially adjudicate on their disputes. So there are some advantages. Obviously, there are also disadvantages to arbitration, but there are advantages that have drawn in the business world to adopt it as the main method for resolving disputes. So this is why an essential area or field of law to know about if you want to work in anything related to business practice or business law. So for me personally, I find arbitration to be very intriguing, mainly due to its structure. So at the moment and in the past few years, arbitration has been undergoing constant changes. So we have differentiation, commercial arbitration, which is where you have two commercial parties. You also have other types of arbitration, such as investor-state arbitration, where you have proceedings between a state and a foreign investor. and you have other types such as employment arbitration, etc. Now, there has been obviously a lot of criticism that has been directed towards these other types of arbitration, and this is where you can see, the fact that this sort of field is going through a lot of change at the moment to deal with this legitimacy issue for investment state arbitration, for example. But business-to-business arbitration, which is more simple in the sense, are more placed on an equal footing, which means that basically there's less of an issue of legitimacy, let's say, where it comes to having two commercial parties that would like to resolve their disputes privately in arbitration. So as I said, this is basically an area which has been less prone to criticism, but also very dynamic in the sense that it has been undergoing a lot of change, in the sense that there are a lot of cost-cutting and accuracy, how to for in
Hello everyone. So I'm here going to pick up after what my supervisor Dr. Sarah Hourani has just explained a bit on her ongoing research on arbitration. Right, so I'm sure you've been able to understand, even though not much, but because of the poor connection here, what is international arbitration. So I would like to first of all ask you this question. What have you been able to understand about international arbitration? What is international arbitration? Anyone from the audience and those who are live as well, please feel free to interact.
It's just a method of dispute.
It's just?
Yes.
Just?
Dispute resolution. In the commercial context especially, you won't really go into litigation because it's super formal, super lengthy, and very time consuming, and even when the judge tells you something, you can always appeal and everything, but there won't be that flexibility you have in arbitration, like cost effectiveness.
Okay, so how do you feel? Let's say, for example, tomorrow you guys are working for a multinational company. You're the legal advisor over there. And then you've been given a complex case where you have to decide in terms of saving the cost of the company, saving the reputation of the company. Why do you go for arbitration rather than litigation? And why would you even advise your company to go for international arbitration? Yes. Tanzil?
So for starters, confidentiality. You get
Very
confidentiality from arbitration. Furthermore, you in a way save costs because arbitration is a one-time process. It's not like litigation whereby you can appeal, go to the Supreme Court after the council.
Yes.
Depending on the circumstance, of course,
Yeah.
due to arbitrary technicalities in case, but it's usually the pattern whereby it saves time and costs in a way.
Yeah, I would tend to disagree in terms of the cost because international arbitration costs a lot, unfortunately. But what it does is when you're involved in a very complex suit, in a very complex dispute, what matters most for that company is not at all money. It's about the reputation. It's about the time. So arbitration is definitely the most appropriate dispute resolution mechanism at that point. And why is it so popular? It's because of what Sarah has just mentioned. It's the enforceability of the award. When you look at foreign judgments, this is what she has been able to highlight, and I'm just going to wrap up quickly with this. When you're advising your, let's say for example, you're going to join the consultancy or you become the legal advisor in other companies that you'll be working, you have to advise the company. So you have to think about the benefit of the company, isn't it? How do you do this? you have to advise your bosses that, okay, this is international arbitration, these are the advantages, but you need to be very well versed in terms of the enforceability of the award. You can't start an arbitration where you know the award is not going to be enforced. This is a bit technical, I'll explain what it means. Enforceability of the award means, let's say for example, I've started an international arbitration suit, and then at the end of the arbitration, what you receive is the award, and what do you want to do with the award? Let's say, for example, I'm the claimant, the award is in my favor. What do I do with this? Most probably, what would be the contents of the award? Sorry?
Monetary compensation?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, most of the time
Then
this is
what
what
you
they're
can do is
looking
for
for.
the interest of the company, reinvest it back into the business.
You would want to go at a specific place where you can enforce the award against the defendant. And that would be where the award itself is recognized. And why is international arbitration becoming so popular? It's because of so many different international conventions that are here to support the enforceability of the award. It's because of this type of support that now most of the international companies are opting for international arbitration as a tool. It's because they know, okay, if I go to the UK, for example, and then I start an arbitration process there, what are the chances that the award that I'm going to receive is recognized and enforced in Mauritius? You need to do your homework as basically, if you're going to be a legal advisor, you need to do your homework properly. Means you need to be very well versed with the international conventions. You need to know exactly how do you advise your company. Okay, if I choose this country, there is something known as a seat theory. Usually, because international arbitration gives you the flexibility to choose where you want to start, where you want to conduct the arbitral proceedings. So you have the flexibility. That's why we say international arbitration is very flexible. The reason it is flexible is because of this. You have the choice. You decide where you want to do the arbitration. But what are the factors that actually influence this decision? Yeah?
Firstly, if your country is part of the New York Convention. So
very good.
So let's say Mauritius, you said. So Mauritius has signed the Treaty of New York Convention. So if I'm dealing with, let's say, someone from the UK, I'm confident enough that the Supreme Court here would not allow any appeal from their arbitration because we have an arbitration act embedded in our legislation.
Very good. Yes, you're very right, but that's not, yes, obviously international conventions are very important, but you have to bear in mind that you need to do your homework properly. You have to check the laws that accommodate arbitration in those countries as well. If I take the example of France, the law of, let's say we are looking at the Civil Code of Procedure. Okay, the code of procedure over there are more favorable as compared to the New York Convention, which means it's already a pro-arbitration regime. Okay, so it tends to promote arbitration. So let's say, for example, if I have to conduct an arbitral proceedings, I will choose France because I know that they are very pro-arbitration. Why is it pro-arbitration? It's because you can easily enforce the award. The laws over there, the domestic law itself is very pro-arbitration. That's why I choose France as compared to the New York Convention. So they've said that obviously when you look at how you interpret the international convention, they've said if the law of a specific country is already more favorable than the New York Convention, there is no need to follow the New York Convention. So that's why France is a popular, I would say, seat to conduct international arbitration, and then Mauritius as well is growing on that. If you look at the International Arbitration Act, it's picking up a lot on making Mauritius as an international arbitration hub. Most of the management companies where this is where you're going to work at a future stage, you'll find that they adopt arbitration as the key dispute resolution mechanism. Why they do this? It's probably, not probably, I'm sure, It's because they want to save the time and it's more efficient. And more importantly, it's about the enforceability of the award. Okay? Now, if you study international arbitration as a module, and obviously for this you will have to register with us to do the LLM program, so you are becoming more employable. You are becoming an alluring element for the employers, isn't it? Because you can demonstrate that you have a very good knowledge in international arbitration law, because we're not going to give you the theoretical aspect of it, we're also going to train you with the practical knowledge, meaning we're going to work throughout the year with leading arbitral institutions, where you actually go at the arbitral institution and then you can actually engage into moot competitions, right? And those arbitrators are going to be there throughout the year, train you and give you the practical insights on international arbitration. Right? Questions for me? Because I'm sure that it's more than 10 minutes now and Melanie is staring at me. Questions? Yes, Seema?
Do you think Mauritius is going to be a conducive environment for arbitration?
I don't think, I know it is going to be, yes.
Because, okay, but for now it has been kind of blacklisted because of money laundering. So, in the future?
Money laundering, yes, it is an issue, but they are definitely going to, they are at the stage currently reviewing the laws that accommodate international arbitration. So money laundering is not really going to be an element that would make international arbitration redundant. That's for sure. Any other questions before I close this event? I'm sure that all of you have already made up your mind that you want to do the LLM with us. So on this note, I would like to thank you for your presence and patience. And yes, thank you very much, Priya. She's the one behind all of this. Yeah, she came with this initiative. So thank you very much, everyone. So we can say that that's the close for today. So thank you very much for having attended. If you have any questions, obviously we are still around. And if you have any questions after this event as well, you can get in touch with us. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.